Hello, everybody. Um, this is a bit of a new show called Dice Gremlins. Uh, I can hear myself. There we go. This is going to be a maybe regular, maybe never seen again, who knows, show of any time that Crypts and Cryptids is playing a game that is not D&D or D&D related adjacent. Today, you're playing The Quiet Year. It's a bit of a map-making game. We are going to be playing as a settlement of people living out post-civilization and rebuilding. This is going to be used as sort of a basis for lore and follow-up stories for future one-shots in a world that Crypts and Cryptids is going to own the IP for. We are joined here today by Eyeofthenyte and Archaeowolf. Say hi, guys.
Hello.
Hi, guys.
I knew that was going to happen.
And the floating voice in the sky is Nerdy, who is going to be our narrator for certain elements of the game.
I will be here to serve as needed. I saw that face. No.
Oh my.
This is going to be a bit of a longer stream. Usually these streams last about 2 hours. This game takes around 3 to 4. We're going to have a little bit of an intermission about halfway through. But for now, let's get right into it with a bit of explanation of the game itself. So,
Everybody pay attention because I also am going to be learning.
For those who are watching, we are playing this on Miro.com, which is a collaborative whiteboard. It's going to work pretty well for this purpose. I don't know why that box is there. Oh, that is why it is there. Because it got moved. There we go. So, The Quiet Year is a map drawing game. We, collectively, are going to explore the struggles of a community trying to rebuild after the collapse of civilization. It's a game about community, difficult choices, and landscapes. When you play, you make decisions about the community, decisions that get recorded on a map that is constantly evolving. Parts of the map are literal cartography, while others are more symbolic. Players are going to work together to create and steer this community. But we are also going to be playing devil's advocate and introducing problems and tensions into the world. We are going to be playing a game of 52 weeks, full year, assuming something doesn't happen that stops it a little bit early. We have a bit of an opening story. For a long time, we were at war with the Jackals. Now, finally, we've driven them off, and we're left with this, a year of relative peace. One quiet year, with which to build our community up and learn again how to work together. Come winter, the Frost Shepherds will arrive, and we might not survive the encounter. This is when the game will end. But we don't know about that yet. What we do know is that right now, in this moment, there is an opportunity to build something. We're going to familiarize ourselves a little bit with the tools to start with. We have in front of us a map. This is the entire world of Ulstorhed, or at least a section of it. To start with, we're going to select one part of this map. We've broken it into grids. And if you guys want to, we can talk about... Ooh, that's not what I wanted to do. Ooh, that's not what I wanted to do either. There we go. Careful about clicking and dragging things. Would you kindly help select which section you would like to play within? This is a little bit like Dwarf Fortress or RimWorld in that you are selecting where on the map you're going to be, but the resources available are a mystery to you, and we will be creating them as we go. Stuff got shifted around in the shuffle.
Are you taking that bottom corner?
It sounds like we are taking this bottom corner. Oh, that works for me.
Yeah,
All
I'm
right.
kind of liking that bottom corner.
Well,
That's
in that
nice.
case, give me one moment.
Looks homey.
Yeah. This is our map.
It's gorgeous.
I know, right? I love it.
So gorgeous. Oh my god.
It's so pretty and pretty and anyways, actually thinking that I'm gonna move this over here, and we can put notes down on this right side as we go if we need to. For now, so this is our map. We're going to start by establishing some of the landscape. As we play, we will update it to reflect new discoveries, conflicts, and opportunities. Parts of the map will be literal cartography, others will be symbolic, as I said before. We're going to try to avoid writing words on it, though common symbols are fine. Throughout the game, we will all be responsible for drawing on this map. It's fine to draw poorly or crudely, but all of us are going to be drawing. There is an element to the game that it says I'm introducing, but I'm doing something a little bit different. These are quote-unquote project dice. When our community starts a project, we will place one on the map to note how many weeks it will take to finish. Each week, they tick down by 1. When a dice reaches 0, the project is complete. None of the projects will ever take more than 6 weeks. We are a small community. Building things takes time. A small group is not going to build a house in 1 week, much less 3 houses. That said, if a project takes more than 6 weeks, it will have to be completed in stages. So we'll do, for instance, fixing a water wheel, 6 weeks to build a new water wheel, start another project later on to maybe install it, etc. We also have something called contempt tokens, which we're not going to use, so I'm going to ignore them. That being said, there is a deck of cards that Nerdy has in front of her. It is a typical playing card deck, 52 cards, 4 suits. Each of the 4 suits, it corresponds to 1 season. So hearts for spring, diamonds for summer, clubs for fall, and spades for winter. The King of Spades is the final card. It does not matter when it comes up in the deck, although it will always be in winter. When that card is drawn, the game ends. Who we are as players, we all have 2 roles to play in this game. The first is to represent the community at a bird's eye level, and to care about its fate. The second is to dispassionately introduce problems, as scientists conducting an experiment. The Quiet Year asks us to move in and out of these 2 roles. We don't embody specific characters, nor do we act out scenes. Instead, we 3 represent currents of thought within the community. When we speak or take action, we might be representing a single person or a great many. If we allow ourselves to care about the fate of these people, the Quiet Year becomes a richer experience and serves as a lens for understanding communities in conflict. We'll also be presented with opportunities to introduce new issues for the community to deal with. This will often happen when we draw cards or use the Discover Something New action. By dispassionately introducing dilemmas and then returning to our other role as representatives of the community, we create tension and make the community's successes feel real. If there's an issue you struggle with in real life, like whether violence is ever justified, introduce that situation that calls it into question. This is recommended for this game. So, before we begin, we're going to establish some facts about the community and what its surroundings are like. We're going to take about 2 minutes to discuss between us what the general terrain and the habitat of the area looks like. This can be very simple, like a community in a rocky desert, and then everyone else nodding in agreement, or an actual discussion. So, Knight and Archaeo, do either of you have any opinions about where this community should be located, what this map should have on it in terms of geography, without adding too much detail? What's the immediate area around where we are settling looking like?
Well, I am thinking that based on the rest of the scale map, I know that we're not supposed to know about it, but if we're going to play God here for a minute, I'm going to say that there should be a spine of mountains that kind of follow the curve of the. I have a button here. I can do this. The curve here.
Yeah.
That can be. It doesn't necessarily have to be one jagged, giant, like continental divide, but it could be a series of interlocking small mountain ranges with basins in the middle.
Okay. So hold on.
Few lakes, but large rivers.
We're going to call that a detail.
Okay.
I like that. But what is the actual biome, I suppose, is more the question. Are we in a desert? Are we in a forest? Are we in the Great Plains? We will be adding that chain of mountains. That will be your detail. A forest? What do you think, Knight? Do you agree with that?
Yeah, I was gonna say like a transition space between forest and the plains.
Yeah.
Okay. So we're going to say that this is a bit of a...
Maybe just coming out of the forest.
Okay, so forest up north, Great Plains to the south. Okay, I can agree with that. Archaeo, you have introduced a detail for this. Sketch out that mountain range.
Well, do you want one mountain range, or are you guys okay with one mountain range, or are you okay with a series of mountain ranges?
I am okay.
I like the series.
I like a
See
series.
what that would do to the area.
Okay, well, let's see how badly my drawing with a mouse is going to be here.
Well, just remember, this is a digital format, so if you draw one thing that you like as a mountain, you can click on it and then copy and paste it as many times as you want. I think for a detail that I'm going to add to it, I think that...
Uh-oh. Lost somebody.
Oh, who did we lose? I think that there is going to be a great plateau right here. I don't know exactly how to draw that. Where this section of the world just juts up out of the earth. Knight, what detail would you like to add to this map? We each get to add.
I'm sorry,
one.
if you were saying stuff, I didn't hear anything.
Oh, but can you hear me now?
Popped in and out a few times.
Are you able to hear me now?
Yes.
All right. I have added a great plateau down on that southern shelf there. What detail would you like to add to this map? And I think that great plateau is probably going to be where we start, where our people are located.
Let's see here.
You may add one detail to the map. It can be a small detail, a large detail, preferably something that people on that great plateau would be able to see.
I'm gonna say is there's going to be, let's see, kind of a lake over here. And I imagine it'll have a river probably leading out to this inlet towards the center, but the lake is the main aspect.
Okay, I like that. Then let's see. Am I able to? Oh, not shape. And yeah, I'll leave it. You've got that. That looks fantastic to me. So we've got our rough outline of the map. Don't forget, you guys can zoom in as much as you like. It's not going to mess up the stream. You can get really close too. So we've each introduced the detail and have either drawn it or are in the process of it. Next, we're each going to declare an important resource for the community, something which we might have either in abundance or scarcity. Things like a source of energy, protection from predators, drinking water, shelter, food, or something else. You can name whatever you want. Just realize if you name a resource, it is something that you have now made important to the people that we are representing. Each of us is going to introduce one. You do not get to say whether it is in abundance or scarcity yet. Archaeo, why don't we start with you?
I'm going to say timber.
Timber.
Now,
all right. Knight. What resource would you like to introduce?
I'm going to say going to be animal herds, or at least the path of them,
so
that they travel through there. I was going to say they kind of signs that animal herds travel through here. So
there's an actual word. There's an actual phrase for that.
Migration
a
routes.
game yeah, migration route.
Seasonal migrations.
Migratory
Large, herbivorous, we hope.
Omnivorous, maybe? I don't know.
Well,
well, we are going to find out. So we've got game migratory
post-apocalypse, right?
It's not necessarily post-apocalypse so much as post-civilization.
Okay, well, if civilization gets knocked down through some massive cataclysmic event, you'd consider that post-apocalypse. But yes. I just had an idea of if it's like something that results in massive change to the landscape and all of the things in it, you could have very feasibly large herds of, carnivorous bear spiders or something like that.
We certainly could.
They're tasty, but, they're going to get you.
I think that I am going to introduce an odd one, because outside of this, we had discussed tech levels for this world.
Mm-hmm.
And we talked about magic would be decent, magitech would be decent. We're okay with that. But going down the sciencey route is maybe not. Less Shadowrun. Correct? We're less Shadowrun, more Final Fantasy magitech. Am I correct in that?
Is that? I know what Final Fantasy is, ish.
Shadowrun is more like if our modern world suddenly discovered magic.
Oh. Okay.
Very different environment. You would still have circuit boards and PCs, but then you would also have your Wi-Fi is now powered by mages hooked up to helmets. Not a very fun place to live. I think I'm going to say magically active resources or magically activated material.
Raw materials or finished product?
Raw.
Ooh.
These can be anything. I'm thinking more along the lines of, if we find timber, it could be mundane timber. It could be awakened timber. We don't know. Now, as a group, we're going to go through these 3 that we have introduced and decide which of these do we have in abundance. We only get 1. Oh, I just realized that me clicking on it has it a little bit funky.
We don't have that much water.
We do not, but that's not one of the 3 that we have listed. What we're looking at, whether or not it's in abundance, is timber, game migratory paths, and magically activated materials.
Well, you're asking me to make a map and then say what I'm trying to think of. Well, what's the ecosystem going to look like? That's going to dictate.
That's very true.
What is going to be in more abundance? If we had a lot more water,
that is
we
true.
might have a lot more dense stands of timber, which would negate the ability for large migration routes of large animals.
That is true. Although, I would argue we don't have a lot of water that we know of. There's only one lake and river.
Big features.
We've done big features, and we will be discovering more features of this map. This is not complete. And not everything that we
have a water source on this plateau, otherwise it's going to be dry as hell.
Or salty if you're pulling water into that lake
from the ocean. I did see that mentioned.
No place to grow a friend of fucks. Thanks, Tiny. Field of fucks. So,
Sun just wants us to have xenomorphs here.
Yeah.
I know if you noticed.
I did notice. No, well, we could always say that we have magically activated materials in abundance. If we do that, here's the downside. Whichever one we pick is in abundance. The other 2 are scarce. That can change as the game goes on, but in the immediate future, we would have very little in terms of timber and very little in terms of animal migratory paths.
These are in regards to the settlement specific, not the map as a whole.
No, these are in regards to the map as a whole.
That's a lot of area to be applying this to.
It is.
I am inclined to say that we should run with timber. And the reason being is that that's a lot of landscape for a renewing resource that is easy to modify and utilize. In turn, you can build your structures out of it. You can use it in order to create the infrastructure for supporting farming, such like that. Some of the trees are edible, I'm sure, because,
Or they'll eat you.
Or they'll eat you. And then there's the potential for the trees themselves to be activated magically. Plus, the trees support a massive ecosystem of smaller creatures. Yes, the big animals are good to have, but I'm always a fan of pheasant, which are going to exist within these ecosystems, the forest land stuff. So that's what I say. But I'm coming at this like painfully obvious of how humanity has used ancient landscapes. So
this is why I invited you to this game. You're like the perfect person for it. All right. So, with that being said, who said timber as a resource?
Archaeo did.
Hey, Archaeo. Guess what
Yes.
you now get to draw on the map?
All the trees?
Not all the trees, but you get to represent that there is an abundance of them.
Oh, fantastic. All right. Well, I need to figure out how to make a single tree. Dot the trees all over the place.
Mm-hmm. And then, Knight,
Color?
you and I have to somehow represent on this map that there is a scarcity of those other two resources. It doesn't have to be the resources themselves, just a representation of that fact. Some way. Let's see. I think I know how I want to represent mine. I think I'm going to do
Well, you should be able to just copy or select your whole tree and then copy and paste.
ooh. No.
Cool.
I'm going to abuse the fact that I have a gamer mouse and turn on the slow mode, the sniper mode for this. There we go. I think that'll be good.
Okay. How do I make this? Copy.
That is going to be impossible to see for anyone else. Let's change this around. What if I just make it a symbol that looks like that?
So, what I'm going to say is the only area that we know of for certain is directly around the lake. We don't know if they come from up over here, up over here, up over here, and that it's kind of
We only have the one.
We only know of that one path, and that and we don't know where they're sourcing from.
Okay. We know that they travel around the lake, and that's it. Which makes sense, ecologically. You would find animal migratory paths around a source of fresh water. Typically.
Assuming they drink water and not just human blood. Wahaha.
Very true.
Vampiric beasts.
What have I done here?
Here, this is my representation of magically dead.
Black Star.
An upside down black star.
Come
I
on.
need to open up Obsidian. I almost forgot about that. So I gotta take notes. Otherwise Josh will hurt me. Or I'm sorry, otherwise Cap will hurt me.
Duplicate as image.
Head.
Oh, looks like you copied part of the mountains.
Oh,
That's okay.
There should be a little lasso tool somewhere.
Well, I tried and it like disassembled my entire drawing.
Hey, wait. Which part of these mountains is being deleted? Those? All right. So hold on. Hold up. You do that, and then hold up. Oh. If you select your tree, and then I think shift click the mountain range, maybe? I don't know. Here, I got it. There, the mountain range is locked. Now you should be able to do it.
Fantastic. I want just the damn tree.
Uh-oh. There we go. This is the downside of using digital drawing tools, everybody, is they are a little bit too responsive. Still, more of a boost. The horny coat's less of a problem. Oh, thanks, son. All right.
Oh, fuck's sake.
You good? Take your time. It's not going to. It doesn't have to be perfect.
The whole tree. Select the whole bloody goddamn.
Recommendation for next time: if you're going to draw something that you want to be able to copy and paste, draw it outside of the stream area so it's easier to copy it. Let's see. I think hold on. I know why it's not doing it. It, for some reason, is considering the tree to be part of this mountain range. It is all one thing.
Cool.
So, go ahead and redraw it over here-ish, if you follow my mouse. Yep. Redraw it over here and then copy it.
Okay.
It'll make it easier that way. Anyways. Well, now that Archaeo is doing this. So, unless otherwise stated, our community has about 60 to 80 people in it. We've all announced the abundance and all this. We're not going to go over the rules while you're doing that, Archaeo. The basic unit of play is 1 week. Each week is a turn taken by one of us, with play proceeding. It says clockwise, but I'm just going to go left. I'm going to go left to right, so it'll be me, then Archaeo, then Knight. This is for video. I don't know what it shows up in the stream. Let's see. Top to bottom would be me, Knight, then Archaeo. Yeah, I could do that instead. Okay. Weeks should take an average of 2 to 3 minutes to complete. During each week, the following things happen. The active player draws a card. That'll be the disembodied voice of Nerdy, and reads the relevant text aloud and resolves it. We have to follow all bolded text. Nerdy will tell us what that is. Any project dice that are present will be reduced by 1, and any finished projects are updated. The active player will choose and take 1 action. You can discover something new, hold a discussion, or start a project. So, first things first, when you're drawing a card, most cards, almost all of them, have 2 options to pick from. And the person who is active will get to pick which one they would like to deal with. If the card asks you a question, think about whether your answer could be represented on the map somehow. If it fits, update the map. For example, if the card asks you about the sleeping quarters for the community, you might end up drawing a row of tents near the edge of a forest or something along those lines. Unless your card specifically told you otherwise, the next step is to reduce every project die on the map by 1. If a project reaches 0, the die gets removed, and the project is completed. Whoever started the project gets to tell everyone how it turns out and updates the map to reflect its completion. If a project finishes early because a card says that a project finishes early in bold text, it is instead the responsibility of the active player to tell everyone how it turns out and to update the map. If your card's bold text had you place a project die on the map just a moment ago, that die does not reduce during this week. It's just now getting started. A week has not passed yet. When a project is completed, it is assumed that it went successfully and is beneficial to the community. In some cases, it might make sense to have an investigative project end with a hope dispelled. Even in these cases, the completion of a project should always feel like a step forward, not backward. This doesn't always mean that the whole community is going to be happy with the results, though. One of the actions, so now we're going to go over the 3 things that you can do when you take an action, which is the only thing you get to do, the only thing that you get to do once. You can discover something new, which is introducing a new situation. It might be a problem, an opportunity, or a little bit of both. You get to draw that situation onto the map. Drawings should be small and simple, smaller than an inch, finished within 30 seconds. Whenever things seem too controlled or easy, we can use the Discover Something New action to introduce new problems and dilemmas. When individual characters get introduced, we'll give them names and we'll record them on our index cards. Another of the action types is Hold a Discussion. You can choose to open with a question or a declaration. Starting with you and going clockwise, everyone gets to weigh in once, sharing a single argument comprised of maybe 1 or 2 sentences. If you opened with a question, you get to weigh in last. If you open with a declaration, that's it for you. This game prides itself on, if it's not your turn, you don't get to talk. A discussion never results in a decision or a summation process. Everyone weighs in, and then it's over. This is how conversations work in communities. They are untidy and inconclusive affairs. Each discussion should be tied to a situation on the map. When a discussion ends, mark the situation it is attached to with a small dot. Some examples of conversations include, should we retaliate against the bikers? Or, could we use the school bus as a sleeping area for the village children? It's important that we stay concise. If any of us feel like we have more to say on a topic, we can always hold another discussion about it at a later point. The final action type is Start a Project. You choose a situation and declare what the community will do to resolve it. There is no consultation about this idea. The community simply begins work. As a group, we will quickly decide how many weeks the project should reasonably take to complete. Minimum of 1, maximum of 6. Remember, this is a small community. It is not easy or quick to build a house or repair a water wheel. Do we have the necessary tools and expertise to do this? Be generous with our assumptions, but do remember that scarcity and difficulty are normal. If a project would reasonably take longer than 6 weeks to complete, it will need to be completed in stages. We will place a project die on the map wherever the project is taking place, with the die with the number on it matching the number of weeks it will take to complete. We have named our resources, and we have decided which one is going to be in abundance, and the others 2 in scarcity. We have these on a list in the top right. I'm not sure if the stream can quite read it. I'm hoping that they can. These are going to serve as guides for interpreting the health of the community. Throughout the game, we are going to update these lists to reflect changes in our circumstances whenever we, as players, feel that it is appropriate to do so. Cards don't have to come up telling us to change things. If we decide, you know what, we've written out projects and we've figured out that there are animals out this way, or we found some rivers out this way, or someone's discovered a way to turn iron magical, we can take that off the scarcity and put it into abundance, or just take it off the scarcity at all. We do have a little bit of balance to deal with, though. Discover something new lets us introduce new situations and dilemmas. Holding a discussion lets us all talk about the state of the map and the community. Starting a project lets us solve our problems and grow. By respecting this division of purpose, we make sure each week involves making important decisions. It's important that we respect the purpose and balance of these three actions. Don't use discover something new to skirt problems that we have by conveniently encountering the supplies we were lacking. We shouldn't hold a discussion about situations we haven't even mentioned or introduced yet either. Finally, in playing the Quiet Year, we should refrain from freewheeling discussion about what to do next. There are specific mechanics in the game for discussing community issues and demonstrating our displeasure. When we play, we don't speak out of turn or attempt to circumnavigate these mechanics. These rules work to demonstrate how difficult it is to engage an entire community in conversation, and how tensions and disagreements tend to linger across weeks or even months. We should also be careful to avoid character narratives. There will be characters who emerge who we identify with. They will have names. They will be tied to interesting situations on the map. The game will falter, though, if we try to use these mechanics to tell a story about one person. As much as possible, we should try to keep the focus of the game on the community's wants and needs, and the ways that decisions get made about them. We should use named characters to support that larger bird's eye view, not the other way around. With that said, we are pretty much ready to complete. Sometimes factions will arise in the community and clash. Circumstances might lead the community to divide itself into two camps, perhaps as a large project. Rules function exactly the same, but player voices might now represent members of neighboring communities. That is okay. The Quiet Year takes place after the collapse of civilization, which likely means that the landscape is apocalyptic and strange. Players may differ in their preferences concerning how much strange they want. This is especially true for advanced tech. We've already decided what our strangeness meter is going to be, more or less. And we can introduce those elements as we go. As far as what the jackals or the frost shepherds are, that's up for us to decide. Game does not specify, and we haven't said either. So, are we ready to go? What say you two? Do you understand everything?
So.
You've understood everything I've said? No questions?
All questions.
All questions. What questions do you have?
Is there a written form of the directions somewhere that I can read as we go?
Yes, there is a reference card that I will be.
I could has a copy of the reference card, Teach. That would be great.
Yeah.
But you want the teacher to help you cheat?
No, I want the teacher to give me the parameters of the assignment so I can excel at doing the assignment.
That's not how school works anymore.
All right. If
I'm
you
old, if you recall.
Yeah.
If you want to look in the Crypts and Cryptids, the One Quiet Year discussion channel, I've gone ahead and put that in there.
Unquiet year.
All right. So, that said, it is time for us to begin. Nerdy, are you with us? Is Nerdy in the room with us?
I'm always here.
We need a Ouija board
For
the effect.
I need you to draw a card for me.
I have a question first.
I have an answer first.
When I read these, I see that there are options like this or that. Do I read both, or would you like me to choose one?
I would like you to read both.
Okay. Your first card is the Two of Hearts. There's a large body of water on the map. Where is it? What does it look like? Or there's a giant man-made structure on the map. Where is it? Why is it abandoned?
I think I'm going to select there's a giant man-made structure on the map. Where is it and why is it abandoned? And I think this giant man-made structure is going to be located right around here. Let me get my shapes out.
The Lord and Savior Toe Beans.
I am going to say that
That
there
should be our
is
deity, by the way, is Toe Beans.
toe beans. I
Lord
like
Toe
that.
Beans!
There is going to be out just at the mouth of the river, but far enough away that it's not
Good
messing
boy.
with anything. A stepped pit going down into the earth. You can see it from where we are, but it is massive.
A stepped pit. I appreciate how a large man-made structure doesn't automatically be a building
You're welcome.
or a megalith or something like that. Technically, structures like quarries are a thing that people seem to forget exist. What you've made is the Berkeley Pit.
More or less, yeah. So we have a big stepped pit out there. Why is it abandoned? I want to say it is abandoned because the bottom of the pit has started to collapse into some underground caverns. It is an old and decrepit thing, and it seems whoever dug it may have dug too deep, and the structure just is falling apart at this point. But since it is a pit in the ground instead of a building, it's falling into the earth instead of down towards it.
We got graboids.
Bravo.
Perhaps. So
I like the open pit. Leaves for plenty of open adventure hooks.
I agree. So
How low is it? How close is it to the shore? Within.
it is. Well, let me go ahead and look, because if you scroll out to here, ish, to the overworld map, there's actually a scale in the bottom right of it. So probably
Looks about 50 miles or so.
yeah, about 50 miles from the shoreline.
Stand to reason the bottom's full of water.
Potentially, although that's assuming that this is at water level.
Fair.
Or like, just because it's near the shoreline does not mean that it is near a beach.
50 miles being near.
Yes, that is true too. There could be water in whatever it's collapsed into at the bottom. We will have to find out. All project dice are reduced by 1. There are none on the map, and I get to take an action to discover something new, hold a discussion, or start a project. I think I'm going to start a project. We are up on this great plateau, and there's not a great way to get down at the moment. I think that we are going to start in the woods over here, building a way down off of this plateau. Either carving out steps into the cliffside, or maybe building a rope ladder on the way down. Even though it'll only allow one person at a time, it's something. How long do you think it should take?
A rope ladder? Do we have the materials to make a rope ladder readily available, or do we have to construct those materials?
I'm going to say we have the timber, and technically speaking, tree bark can be used to make a rough approximation of rope. We probably have the tools to make them, but not very efficiently or quickly. We may have sharp rocks, but not necessarily steel knives.
Well, I'm inclined to say then that the cutting steps would probably be quicker. If we have to produce all of the material to make the rope ladder from zero,
we can cut steps into the cliffside. In that case, should it take?
It's easy enough to shape rock with other rock.
Let's say 6 weeks then to get down. Or
How high are we?
Ooh, that is a good question.
What's the elevation on this? Because if we are aware of,
I want to say it's about a 30. I want to say it's about a 30-foot drop. Not very high as far as plateaus go, but still high. At least on this side, it's a 30-foot drop.
Okay, then that shouldn't take that long at all.
No.
Because what you're going to start with is that you're going to have one individual navigate the route and climb down freehand. The next individual is going to go down, making handholds for the people who are less adept at climbing. And each trip down should have somebody working on widening the handholds into steps.
Okay, so...
And being that you're only going 30 feet, if it's a 30-foot vertical drop, that shouldn't take very long. If you want it to become steps into the hillside running diagonally, the route will be longer, but you will have a shallower incline to climb.
For the purpose of being able to transport goods up and down, I think we're going to have to do the steps.
Yeah, the longer route.
So instead of cutting into the cliff like this, like a ladder, you're going to cut into the cliff like this with steps in the bottom of it. So you're cutting a corridor. That would take you 6 weeks.
6 weeks? Okay,
or
6
towards
weeks.
6 weeks.
So, I have...
And you'll end up with stone, potentially, for other resources as well.
Yep.
So, I have said 6 weeks. Knight. Your move. Nerdy, draw him a card.
Uh-oh.
The Lord
For you-
Tobins says...
The Tobins doth give you the Four of Hearts.
Toad.
You have a choice. What important and basic tool does the community lack? Or, where are you storing your food? Why is this a risky place to store things?
Oh, man. Important tool or flawed food storage? I am going to say that we are missing. We're going to be missing an important tool. Would we consider a well a tool? So we would have to transport water down from the lake on a semi-frequent basis instead of being able to delve or draw from said well.
That is entirely up to you. We have no say in this decision.
what's going to be difficult is that his decision is going to directly affect the reality of the other thing.
The other project. Yeah.
Yeah.
Any tool I pick is going to be tricky. So if whether it be water, whether it be shovels or hatchets or rock breaky things like basic hammer type tools, it will, I don't know, maybe that's why it takes 6 weeks, is we're lacking clubs to
We're
chisel out
lacking
the
large enough, heavy enough
rocks.
objects.
Yeah, to chip at it. There we go. I like that.
We're digging a tunnel with a spoon.
Yeah. At least until we find portions where we can turn those into our new tools. So it might be slow going at first and then ramp up towards the end.
Okay. That said, oh, we don't need to keep track of that there. Let's see. You don't need to keep track of how many trees. That's okay.
No. That was each tree represents 5,000.
Yes. We can leave.
That's why I put that there, because I'm like, I was just trying to make sure.
No, that's fine. I think we can internalize that. Knight, would you like to write down that we are lacking that tool in that note card up at the top left? Up here. Up. There you go. Technically, if you want to, Archaeo, you can put that, follow my mouse, up here.
What the?
That each one is 5,000.
Oh.
You can do that if you want. Large heavy rocks. Okay. So Knight. Step 2. Reduce the project dice by 1. And
You're gonna have to do that, I think, because it's
oh, it's selecting the weird thing. There we go. All right, and last step, pick one. Discover something new, hold a discussion, or start a project.
I am going to, in support of said step project, going to start a project of sourcing said heavy rocks.
Okay. Perhaps
over on the further side, maybe it's lacking over here, and it might not be over here, so
here you go. Feel free to place that.
oh. Or actually, it's not going to be on top of the plateau. It's going to be down below.
Oh.
Anything that might fall or break or crack, maybe
Okay.
bust stuff open down below the plateau, might be
Looks
a good
like
place to find it.
Looks like it's also on the game trail.
And
Looking for the material.
I think Archaeo and Knight, I think that sourcing them and bringing them back should not take more than a week. What do you think?
Sourcing cobble's big enough, assuming you find them in your search, part of Looking at the base of the plateau is a good call because you're not going to have a lot of loose overstory because of the slope. You're going to have a lot of the erosional forces making all the lightweight stuff wash away, so you'll have the bigger cobbles and boulders visible. The problem with it is you're going to be limited to your to the manageable pieces, the number of manageable pieces that are available. We're lacking in heavy blunt material or objects to as hammerstones, so we can't break up the boulders that are there. We got to rely on what is hand-sized, the two-hand-sized.
In that
And-
case,
I
So
would
do you
say
think
2
that's
weeks.
2 weeks?
Yeah.
Okay, I
Yes.
agree with 2.
To source adequate amounts of a usable aspect of the tool source and transport it back.
Okay. Archaeo.
And you can make them while you're there as well if needs be. Bust the bigger ones into smaller ones with stuff that you find, and then take
Great.
what we have back.
So, with that said, that is your turn. Archaeo.
Yes.
It is your turn. Nerdy, may we have another card?
We have gone from 2, 4 to now the 6 of hearts. Are there children in the community? If there are, what is their role in the community? Or how old are the eldest members of the community? What unique needs do they have?
We had what, 50 to 80 individuals in the herd?
Correct.
Okay. Yes, there are children in the community. Do we need to establish age ranges, or are we just going to say there's a selection?
We can remain vague on that if you'd like.
All right. We'll remain vague on that. If there's 80 members of the community, let's call it 20 individuals that could be considered from young childhood to early teens. And they're not going to be sitting around on their telephonos. While the adults are going to be busy doing bigger things in support of the community, the children will be having their times busied by lighter work, hunting small animals, gathering of small lightweight materials, keeping a lookout, running birds off of the crops, keeping themselves busy to promote the success of the rest of the group.
All right. With that said, it is now we reduce all project dice by 1. So that goes to 4. That goes to 1. And now, what of the 3 would you like to select? Discover something new, hold a discussion, or start a project?
Discover something new.
Produce a new situation and draw it onto the map. What have we discovered?
What have we discovered? Can be anything, huh?
It can be anything that you want, although it is supposed to be introducing problems, not solutions.
Oh. Discover something new. we decided to put our staircase.
Yes,
We
we did.
found a vein of particularly dense rock on the hardness scale that even our newer stuff is having a difficulty breaking.
Okay. How are you drawing this onto the map?
I think what I'll do. Let's see. Drawing things. The drawy thing. We're going to start with. Oh, I don't want that.
Remember, if you're drawing a symbol that you're going to copy a lot, maybe draw it off of the map so that you have a.
Yeah. I was just going to say that it was going to be something simple, just a red dash line
Oh, yeah, you could do that.
of dense material
Okay.
that kind of cuts through the face.
All right. I like that.
Of the rock. So now we have to figure out a way to get around it. There.
All right. So, with that, it is now back to me. Nerdy.
We go to the Jack of Hearts. You see a good omen. What is it? Or you see a bad omen. What is it?
I see a bad omen. There's smoke rising from the stepped pit. All right. We reduce all of the project dice by 1. Sourcing the boulders has finished. I believe that was Knight, correct? Knight,
Yes.
would you like to tell us how that resolves itself, how the project ended, and if it is applicable, draw it on the map.
I am going to say that we were able to source. Hold on a second. Let me. Ooh. Okay, so I'm gonna say it was a successful situation. We found a good section, probably from a previous rock fall. Some rock broke away and left a pretty good deposit of hard enough materials to be tool working. And some of the larger pieces broke up. We're abundant. We have enough to not only make hammers, but potentially some other items as well. Bladed, crude blades and things like that, if we were to put a little bit of work into them. So what I'm going to do is go over here and
Don't forget to draw it far enough away that you aren't going to interact with other stuff.
Yep.
At least to start with. All right, so while you're drawing that in, I think I am going to hold a discussion. And I'm going to ask a question for this discussion. My question is this. Should we see what's happening with the stepped pit? Each of you gets 2 sentences. Go. Archaeo?
Yes. A small party.
All right. Knight.
I'm going to agree with that.
Send some of the children.
We have some extras. Get rid of some of the extras. I'm kidding.
For my part, I'm going to agree as well. I think that we should.
Little kind of club and hatchet type thing. That's our kind of a tool quarry, I guess.
Yeah, I like that. All right. So, it's good timing because it's now your turn. Nerdy, can we have a card, please?
Absolutely. With the Queen of Hearts, what's the most beautiful thing in the area? Or what's the most hideous thing in the area?
What you thinking, Knight? Knight, if you're talking, we can't hear you.
That'll probably help, huh?
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna say over in this area, it's gonna be a hideous thing. It's gonna be kind of a swamp, bog area.
All right. A bog on top of the plateau.
Well, more towards the coast. So I mean,
A salt bog.
yeah.
Ooh.
So I'm gonna. Who knows what's in there?
Salt.
The salt of 1,000 league gamers.
Hags.
Hey, it's not nice to call them that.
Salty bitches.
Salty bitches. All right. While you are drawing that in, we will tick down the project dice. And what action would you like to take? Like to discover something new, hold a discussion, or start a project? You are muted again.
I bumped the button when I took my hand away. I'm gonna say start a project. Using some of the materials that we've been clearing from the steps to create a storage structures to help a little bit, at least foundational portions of the storage structures.
All right.
Stone bottoms, wood top type of things.
I think that starting storage, maybe building a single building, should take maybe 3 weeks now that we have the tools for it. The stone bottoms are going to be hard to source at least until the steps are completed, as our alternative is trying to quarry it from the top of the plateau, which not the worst idea.
I would say like using the pieces as we cut them away. I mean, we can stockpile them in an area, and then once those are done, we take the materials away to wherever we're building them.
So here you go. I'd say about 3 weeks. Would you agree, Archaeo?
Yeah, I think so.
All right. Go ahead and put it where you would like the storage to be placed.
Where is this? Where are we settling?
We don't have
Just
any
up
living
on here?
We don't have any living space yet. We're just freeballing it on the plateau.
Well, heck. I'm gonna say kind of in. Well, we'll say in here, so it's not too far from where our project area is, our main project.
All right.
Getting up and down. And it would also make transporting said materials. So instead of storage areas, I'm going to say lodgings.
All right. Archaeo, you are up. Nerdy, can we have another call?
Absolutely. 8 of Hearts. An old piece of machinery is discovered, broken but perhaps repairable. What is it? What would it be useful for? Or, an old piece of machinery is discovered, cursed and dangerous. How does the community destroy it?
I'm going to say we find something that is usable and possibly repairable. I'm going to say that we have found a steam shovel.
Ooh.
All right.
Oh.
We have a broken steam shovel.
Yeah. Now,
What would it be useful for?
funny enough, there's a reef of really difficult rock we're trying to break through for our route of transportation down to source further materials and water from the lake.
Okay. Fair point.
So, with the assumption that we can make the damn thing go.
Do you want to draw it on the map, or do you feel like this is one element that should be left off?
I'm going to draw us one.
All right. While you're doing that, we will tick down the project dice by 1. And while you're coming up with the drawing for that, would you like to discover something new, hold a discussion, or start a project?
Well, I think we should discover something new.
All right. What would you like to discover?
Hmm.
Once you're done drawing this, we'll scale it down.
Yeah, I'm having a hard time with that. Let's I think we should discover a opening in the rock face of the plateau.
An opening in what way?
Like a cavern, tunnel, something that undercuts
Okay.
the rock face.
Go ahead and
You
Like
don't
an
know what's
opening
in it.
for a cave network or something.
Yeah.
all right. Go ahead and draw a black pit to nothingness on the map of some variety.
Let's see. I think we have.
And then, while you're doing that, and while the steam shovel is being drawn and placed, Nerdy, can I please have another card?
You get the Seven of Hearts. Where does everyone sleep? Who is unhappy with this arrangement and why? Or what natural predators roam this area? Are you safe?
I think I want to address where we sleep. And I think the answer is going to be that we sleep currently in sort of bound together tents made of felled trees. So kind of long houses, but maybe a little bit less work gone into constructing them. As for who is unhappy about this arrangement, there are a few holdouts about nature preservationists who are very convinced that our process is endangering the wildlife, and also may or may not result in fires being caught. I'm just going to draw. That and scale that down for scale to size. Whoop! That's not what I wanted. There we go. Yes, beautiful drawings. Absolutely gorgeous. Picasso. Damn it, they all cuddle together at night. I can't kill Jimmy. Thanks, Nerdy, for that. The project die are being counted down by 1 to 1 and to 0. And we have now resolved making the steps. And I'm going to say the way that this resolved is we ended up running into that rough, dense, packed, hard stone. And so things slowed down a bit. We have a working staircase getting down, but it's not as wide as we would have liked it. Only really enough to fit 2 people at a time, which does limit its ability to be used. So, just going to over here and Do boop. Boop. Make that have black outline and copy, paste, paste, paste. I am unfortunately well versed in this kind of shit because I am a graduate of MS Paint University. The only art I ever knew how to do. Dang it. Why does this keep on happening? There we go. Get our stairs down. For my bit, I am going to say that we are going to start a project. Now that we have a way down. Oh, I like that. What is that, Knight?
It's I'm prepping for when the housing project completes.
I'm going to say we're going to start a project, and that project is going to be to fix that old steam shovel.
Yeah, it's assuming I can draw you one.
We don't really have much in the way of tools to manufacture working parts, and we have even less in the way of magically activated materials. So our first step is probably going to be to figure out how to fix it. And for that, I think it's going to take 3 weeks. Just learning how this thing works and figuring out what we need to fix it with. What do you think, Archaeo? Yes?
I think that is probably a good start. I'll learn what it is, and then we gotta...
Remember, your drawing of it is allowed to be crude. It doesn't have to be insanely detailed.
Yeah, I'm not trying for it to be insanely detailed. I'm trying for it to be big enough to see.
Oh.
Why is it doing this thing? Delete.
All right. That is my turn done. Knight, we are around to you. Nerdy, can we have another card?
We go to the King of Hearts. A young boy starts digging in the ground and discovers something unexpected. What is it? Or an old man confesses to past crimes and atrocities. What has he done?
Hey, look, a steam shovel icon. Perfect. Use it.
You're welcome. That was Knight's doing.
I've been finding icons. Can you read that one more time, Nerdy?
There
was
right
a
here
boy
on the
unearthed
edge.
something and something about an old dude doing something.
A young boy starts digging in the ground and discovers something unexpected. What is it? Or an old man confesses to past crimes and atrocities. What has he done?
I'm going to go with the young boy. He has been digging around with perhaps by the cave entrances, and he found a cache of older tools, like metal tools that had been in a damaged kind of large footlocker. One of those construction site footlockers.
Okay.
There's a few in there. There's like, I'm gonna say there's like crowbars in there, some hammers, no power tools were in there, but pretty much hand tools.
So, steel hand tools.
Yes.
Okay. I've got that written down. Do you want to draw that on the map somewhere, or do you think this is something we can leave off of it?
I think we can leave it off.
Okay. We will...
I imagine once they find them, they'll take them back to the lodging areas and stuff like that.
Correct. Now we mark down the die by 1. And Knight, your project is completed. Why don't you tell us how it went?
So, it was tricky getting started. So, like, the first structure was a bit more ramshackle, but after in the days following the steps being completed, and things got a lot easier. So the last couple of places that were built were better. You can tell that they got used to the construction methods with each successive place. So we might have to revisit some of the earlier buildings later on.
Okay. All right.
More detailed wise, I'm gonna say there's gonna be one larger structure that everybody kind of meets in, is able to get out of the elements in, and then a small storage, and then a more lodging type place. So the lodging place is the intermediate size building.
So, we have that in place. Your project has completed. The project dice have been reduced. Would you like to discover something new, hold a discussion, or start a project?
I'm going to hold a discussion as to what we want to do as far as sourcing foodstuffs.
Is that a question or a declaration that you are going to be making?
I'm going to say it's a declaration saying we need to start looking for foodstuffs.
All right. Since that is the declaration, that is all you get to say on the matter. I think we should start looking for foodstuffs, and I think that game trail provides a good place to start looking. Archaeo?
I agree.
Okay. With that said, that is your turn. Nerdy, Archaeo needs a card.
Okay. 10 of Hearts. There's another community somewhere on the map. Where are they? What sets them apart from you? Or what belief or practice helps to unify your community?
Another community on the map, huh? Yeah, let's have another community on the map. I'm inclined to say they are somewhere on the other side of the mysterious pit.
Ooh. Okay.
Maybe at far end of this mountain range, or on the other side of what could be this little pass here. What was the rest of the question dealing with that?
Where are they and what sets them apart from you?
Well, the where are they is that they're to the north of the mysterious pit in the mountains here.
All right.
And let's make it spicy. They're extremely fundamentalist in their belief systems.
Ooh. Okay. Okay. I can see this causing some interesting conflict.
Any interaction we've had with the one or two individuals from that village have not gone well. So we have an idea of the direction of their village, but we don't know that much about them other than they screech at us in certain declarations and condemnations, and then
Okay.
yeah.
So now, Project Dice reduced by 1. What action would you like to take?
I like to discover something new.
Please tell us what you have discovered.
Fantastic. While our hunting parties are down here monkeying around on the game trail, I want them to discover on the northern edge of the lake here, tying in with our need for some food, a series of water features, ditches, that would allow for the section of land to the north here to be farmed with relative ease for more than a certain part of the year. The problem is, it's down off the plateau, and it's kind of within visual distance of the giant pit and our new neighbors.
Okay, so we found pre-prepared farmable land, but it may not. But it may already belong.
Also needs work. I should probably add that.
Fair enough, but it may already belong to someone potentially.
Yes.
All right. Would you like to draw that on the map?
Yes. Draw some.
And while you are drawing that, Knight, or not Knight, Nerdy, voice in the sky. Oh Lord, I require a card.
You get the Ace of Hearts. What group has the highest status in the community? What must people do to gain inclusion in this group? Or are there distinct family units in the community? If so, what family structures are common?
I'm going to answer the first one. What group has the highest status in the community, and what must people do to gain inclusion? I think that the group that has the highest status in the community are the rangers that explore off the edge of the plateau. Being able to leave the plateau is considered a dangerous proposition, and you may not always return. And so those that do are held in high esteem. What must people do to gain inclusion in this group? I think that they have to go through a rigorous regime of training. Training that takes long enough that currently no one has actually passed. There are people who go down off the plateau, but technically they're not qualified yet. So this is a rather new group. I will now reduce the dice by 1. Your steam shovel is now completed, Archaeo.
Yay!
Tell us a little bit about it.
Well, I'm going to venture a guess that we've had somebody in the village who has kind of figured out or has a handed down understanding of how this thing is basically supposed to work.
Okay.
So experimentation through pulling the levers and stuff has no doubt moved the boom or dropped the boom on the ground because it's released the pulleys. But the biggest thing is getting the boiler lit and knowing that You have to maintain a hot fire in the boiler and keep steam up.
Okay.
But yeah, it works. It spins slowly, and the learning curve on the digging a hole in the ground is pretty easy with the moving of levers. Figure out how to do it. Should we have a problem with it though?
Well, that's the thing. When we discovered it, it was broken, and that project was just to figure out how it works and how to fix it. Is it currently operable? And if not, what is wrong with it?
Well, I'm going to say that we figured out how to make it run. We don't know how to make it move. So it can spin around and do stuff. It just can't move.
All right.
So we have a useful thing that can't go anywhere. So we either would need to figure out how to move it or how to make it move. So we might need to add more to it to be mobile. Or we need to conscript people we don't like into dragging it, which is going to be a bitch.
I am going to start a project. I'm going to say, let's take a week to send some cavers down into this cave system and see what, if anything, of interest can be found down there.
Fair.
And that'll be my
Probably
turn.
send some of them children, being that it's cave system.
Oh, absolutely. But not only are we sending the children, it's more along the lines of they were already going down there, and now we're just telling them to tell us what they found.
Oh, fair
Because
enough.
they're kids. We probably lost a couple already. Nerdy. Knight needs a card.
Roll a d4 to find how many children you've lost. I'm kidding. You have the 3 of hearts. Someone new arrives. Who? Or 2 of the community's younger members get into a fight. What provoked them?
I'm going to say somebody new has arrived in the village, and it's somebody from north of the mountains that that are in our area. He's an explorer of sorts and trying to locate settlements.
What is his name?
1 second.
Acknowledge him, but understand that suspicion is going to be held upon him until he shows he's not one of our neighbors.
Indeedy. We are gonna say his name is Tass. Tass. And maybe the folks that investigated the game trail or whatever, they came in contact with him.
Okay.
And that's how he got up there.
All right. Now we reduce the project die by 1. Kids have finished exploring the caves. I think that they have discovered down in the cave systems why there's a scarcity of magical materials, and that is because they're underground. Extracting them is going to be a little bit difficult, but there's they came back with glowing fingers, and they said that their fingers started glowing after they were messing around with some shiny rocks that lit up underground. They may be magic, they may be radioactive, but either way, they left a glow behind. And what we can do with them is a mystery.
Oh, they're messing with radium.
Yeah, because that's not going to end badly at all.
Knight, what action would you like?
I am going to say, we want to set up some sort of outlook or defensive post at least at the top of our new steps.
Is that a project?
Yeah.
All right.
And I'm gonna say, I think maybe 3 weeks on that ish, to make it tall, make it sturdy with the lessons that we've learned from building the structures in the village proper.
I agree. 3 weeks. 3 weeks to build a defensive structure is not a bad one. It doesn't have to be stone. It's just supposed to be a lookout tower of sorts. That works fine by me. Archaeo?
Yeah, that makes sense.
All right. Speaking of Archaeo, hey Archaeo,
Yes.
it's your turn for a card.
Yay!
You get the 9 of hearts, and chat is going to have a field day.
Oh, great.
Are you ready? A charismatic young girl convinces many to help her with an elaborate scheme. What is it? Who joins her endeavors? If you choose this option, you must start a project to reflect. Or, a young charismatic girl tries to tempt many into sinful and dangerous activity. Why does she do this?
Oh my.
How does the community respond?
Do we need to have the young girl roll for Kate? No, I'm joking.
Oh jeez. Oh,
I have a
Pete.
D20 right here.
What was so she tries to get people to do nefarious things, and what was the rest of the first one?
The first one was an elaborate scheme. What is it and who joins her? By the way, she's a 14.
Oh,
Okay.
Not 14 in age, 14 in cake.
Yes.
Fantastic.
I rolled for age. She's 19. She's legal.
Well, I'm going to say that she's was caught doing nefarious things, convincing others to assist her with her elaborate scheme. I am going to say that that elaborate scheme was the removal of some of the magic rocks in order to have a monopoly on whatever they are. But being that she is the brain of the bunch, I imagine there are several others who are the ones who actually were doing the thing. I am inclined to say that our project be to build a jail.
Well, no. So you've misunderstood a little bit. The project is the scheme that she was doing.
Oh.
She has not failed at the scheme. She has convinced people to join her.
Fantastic. Yeah, so she's has a thing for the rocks. She's either bewitched by them because they're magic, or they have some sort of addictive property.
Who has joined her?
Trillium poisoning. Yeah. Even the magic rocks.
Who has joined her in this endeavor?
don't know.
All right.
You know what? Let's say several of the people who are already assigned to this. So when shit does hit the fan, we're gonna have the long timers down there who've been exposed to it the whole time, and that's gonna make it interesting when they get caught.
Okay. How many weeks do you want this project to take?
Call it 3.
All right. Speaking of that, project dice are reduced by 1, except for the one that you just did. And what would you like to do for your action?
Did we ever send the search party to the pit?
No.
Send them.
All right. How long do you think it should take?
If that pit is 50 miles from the coast, based on, yeah, let's call it 3.
3 weeks? Okay.
Because they're also bushwhacking through all that. We have no idea what's there.
That is
3
true.
weeks.
So, hey, nerdy.
Assuming they remotely get anywhere, because they might get right off of the grid and then get eaten by spider bears.
Mm-hmm. And this is in the middle of spring, too. Oh,
High water.
Nerdy of the sky. Nerdy of the water.
Actually, I will correct you. This is our last spring card, so we're towards the end of spring.
What is this card?
5 of Hearts. There is a disquieting legend about this place. What is it? Or alarming weather patterns destroy something. How and what?
Oh. I'm going to say there's a disquieting legend about this place. Specifically about the land off the side of the plateau. It is told that this community came from there at one point to escape a great calamity. In fact, this calamity eventually found its way up onto the Great Plateau. However, they believe, and it is rumored, that this calamity still exists down below. And that the ranger troop that travels down, it is so dangerous because there is every possibility that they may bring it back with them. So, with that said, we now tick our project dice down by 1. No, not 32, just 2. And for my action, I want to start a project. Some of the kids have been bringing up some of this rock dust. Not enough to do anything with, at least not until this young girl's done with whatever she's doing. I want to have our community start looking at this rock dust and seeing if it can be used to power the steam shovel. Maybe make it move, maybe as an alternative source of fuel, something, some way to use it alongside it. I'm going to say it'll take about 2 weeks to know for sure whether or not it does anything.
Sure.
That is my turn. It is now nights. Are we still in spring?
We have moved to summer.
Night, you get to start off summer. And what is the first card?
Oh boy.
From the Five of Hearts to the Five of Diamonds, a project finishes early. What led to its early completion? Or the weather is nice and people can feel the potential all around them. Start a new project.
I am going to say the one that's searching for I'm gonna say the young girl project finishes early.
You get to decide how it went then.
Let's see.
Why? What led to its early complete?
And she was just going in to get some of the stuff.
Mhm.
I'm gonna say one of the individuals that she was with fell while exploring, got hurt, but he fell into an abundance of this material. Nothing crazy, not like a huge cavern, but a small outcropping that was more than the residuals that they were finding before.
Okay. Would you like, is there a way that we can represent this on the map? I've already made the blue star to represent that there's these magical rocks down below.
I think that's probably fine. That's
Okay.
a source. We'll just note it.
So that was your card. Now we get to tick down the project dice by one, which means pit exploration, the steam shovel, and your watchtower is now completed. Would you like to tell us how that went?
I think it went pretty well. We learned a lot from building the structures, and being that there was minimal stone, maybe just stone around the footings of the tower, and we have plenty of lumber. We were able to find sufficient sizes or lengths of lumber. I would say it's about 2 stories tall, enough to keep, like add like, I don't know, 20 foot tall or so from the top of the plateau. So we have a good outlook over the area and a good line of sight down the stairway as well.
Okay. What would you like to do with your action?
Let's see. I am going to start a discussion. My question of this is, do we want to see what potential resources we can get from the bog?
Hmm. The bog is stinky and smelly, and I want to stay away from it. Archaeo?
I'm inclined to agree.
Knight, you get the final say. Or the final word on it, not the final decision.
Potentially there could be richness of soil and things like that for nutrients for growing things, as well as other plants or herbs that grow around there that might be unique to that area, and maybe some other wildlife that might be useful.
Interesting points. That is your turn, though. Archaeo,
Yep.
you
Yes.
have a turn. You have a card to read.
I do have a card.
Your card is we are very productive this summer, apparently. A project finishes early. Which one? Why? Or If there's no projects underway, boredom leads to a quarrel. A fight breaks out between two people. What is it about?
Well, we have projects on the board, so one of them is going to finish early.
I think the project that needs to finish early is the exploration to the pit.
I like it.
Yeah.
Why did it finish early?
It finished early because an extensive area around the pit is open. So there's no bushwhacking through the woods. There's no, there's the terrain isn't difficult. Almost like the area around it was cleared. So, there's the pit itself, but then the area around it shows signs of being changed. Nothing, too obvious, but when you're walking through a dense forest and everything's pretty much the same, and then you get into a place where there's no reason why there's no trees or no large, woody plants. It's all just open. It stands to reason that there's something is different about that area. Which means they got to the pit. And there's smoke coming from it. Wonder what they found.
Agreed.
Probably aliens.
I'm going to say that they found, or they observed, some of our neighbors pushing people into the pit. The source of the fire, the source of the smoke, we don't know. But it was observed that the neighbors with their screechiness be hucking folk into the pit.
Ooh. Okay.
Which now brings back the problem of what happens when they run out of people to huck into the pit.
A good question.
Do we have a guard tower? It's bad that some of the arable farmland is relatively close to where the pit's going to be.
There we go. I've put it on the map as best I can.
Yay!
With that said, die is reduced by 1. We have explored whether this rock dust can be used to power the steam shovel, and I think we've discovered that the rock dust that we found, the rocks that we have found, are light, very light. Like sprinkling them on stuff makes them a little bit floaty. And so maybe the steam shovel will not move under its own power, but if we put enough on it, we could push it to where we need it to
be. Do you want the steam shovel to think some happy thoughts?
I would love the steam shovel to think some happy thoughts.
It can fly. Oh, there it goes, off into the sky. Better put a tether on that sucker.
Cool, so we have levitation dust on a steam shovel.
I see no problems with this.
Yeah, especially considering where it is in comparison to the edge.
Do we want to... Question. We had magically activated materials in scarcity. Do we want to remove that from that list now?
Now that we have a steam shovel? Yeah.
And the magic stones?
So we have we have the magic stones and we have the steam shovel. The
It
thing
won't be in
that
abundance, but I don't think it's in scarcity anymore.
it's the scarcity is what would be on the surface. Now we've opened up the realms of under the surface.
Mm-hmm. All right, so I've
Yeah.
removed that from the scarcity list. I believe, Archaeo, it is you still have an action to do, don't you?
I do. Why?
You do. We just reduced the dice by 1 on your turn. So now it is up to you to decide to discover something new, start a project, or start a discussion.
Well, I think we should. Well, the girl is done with her scheme, and being that the magical pixie dust it makes people floaty. At this point, there's no hiding that there's extra floatiness about.
It's true.
We should have a discussion on that. Why is there extra floatiness about, and what should be done about it?
Okay. Are you going to start this with a declaration or a question?
Declaration: for the good of the village, all the floaty stuff must be maintained in a central location where we can keep an eye on it and not let our neighbors, who we've just been told are throwing people into a pit, can come get it.
I don't disagree.
Which means that everybody who's been working on it needs to turn in their floaty stuff so it can be maintained in an arsenal, a depot, if you will. It is under the protection of the whole group.
I agree-ish. I say it needs to be controlled, but because of the threat of the Northern fundamentalists, it doesn't just need to be controlled, we need to figure out how to weaponize it. Archaeo, you have the floor. Oh wait, no, I'm sorry. Knight, you have the floor.
I'm gonna say we need to reinforce access, controlled access to said caves. Fortify it and place it under guard.
Not wrong.
Protect it first, and then what we do with it afterwards, whether it be weaponizing or further utilizing it.
We have a hover shovel now. We've established that it does a thing. Yeah, we need to protect our resource of hover powder.
I mean, maybe we put the steam shovel over there and put a huge rock in the front of it and use the steam shovel as a means to lift and lower it.
That exposes the steam shovel.
It's already exposed. It's by the edge of the cliff.
It's by the edge of the cliff. But if you guys remember, the cave system is in the face of the plateau. It's not on top.
Yeah.
So if we
Which
move
is what I was saying is keeping it up above it. Is what I was saying. And then we have something down to lift whatever gate access is via steam shovel. It's strong enough to be able to do it.
All right. So
except for the fact that if we're going to be opening up other areas of exploration, we're going to be either needing to close off access and have
Yeah.
it be closed off until we can come back to it, or we're going to have to maintain the presence of the steam shovel to get to it.
We'll place a guard
regularly.
there at a minimum.
All right. With that said, that is the discussion over. We can hold another one if we need to. Nerdy, I believe I need a card.
You do, and you know, Dustin says the dice tell a story. I think we've got the heart of the cards on our side now. You have the Jack of Diamonds. Predators and bad omens are afoot. You are careless and someone goes missing under ominous circumstances. Who? Or, predators and bad omens are afoot. What measures do you take to keep everyone safe and under surveillance? Do not reduce project dice this week.
Well, I have two options. One, pick the one that doesn't have any downsides, or go with the story option.
Yes.
I think someone went missing.
I think I know who you're going to pick.
The Northern Explorer Tass has gone missing.
Ooh.
And they were last seen speaking with the young girl and taken down into the caves to be shown the dust. And he never came back out.
Ooh. Better.
Eventually. Thanks, Nerdy. I appreciate the vote of confidence there.
I'm here to help.
We reduce project die. There are no project die. Speaking of there being no project die, I think I'm going to project. I think that this project is going to be, we are using the dust that we have to move the steam shovel, not to block off the cave entrance, but to dig out another way into the caves from on top of the plateau so we can get to these resources.
Not a bad idea.
So we are going to be engaging the hover shovel.
Engage the floaty digger.
And I'm going to say, given that we have machinery to do this now, it'll take 2 weeks.
Yep.
And I'm just going to change this note to say, the hover shovel lives.
The Cap is now wanting it to be a steam tarantula.
Maybe one day.
One day.
There's no yeah, Tass disappeared. No, Tass didn't disappear for nothing. Tass disappeared for plot.
Ooh, yes, he did.
Yes, he did. And with that said, Ms. Nerdy, we now need another card for Knight.
Hello, Knight. You get the 6 of diamonds.
Oh no.
Outsiders arrive in the area. Why are they a threat? How are they vulnerable? Or, outsiders arrive in the area. How many? How are they greeted?
I'm going to say the outsiders, have innate abilities that are unexplained. And that is their weakness is those abilities take a physical toll. So after using them, they're out of commission for a period of time. depending on the level of exertion they put out.
Project dice reduced by 1.
Oh, do I do a project thinger?
You can.
Or
Um,
my... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
no, what would you like to
say?
do?
I was going to say establish a specific guard and patrol route for our key locations. So, the between the the tower has specific guards, as and the entrance to our high dust.
High dust.
Yeah. And perhaps occasional inspections of our tool quarry. And I'm gonna say that to get things fully organized and folks used to that, it's gonna take about 3 weeks to get everything kind of set in their ways.
All
as
right.
far as that.
Go ahead and place that down where you would like it.
We'll put it over by the guard tower, since that'll be probably be one of the main check-in points.
All right. It is currently 8:20. That is your turn. The next turn is going to be Archaeo's. I'm going to say let's take a 10-15 minute break. We will come back then. We're going to do a little bit of an intermission. Sound good, everybody?
Ooh. Sounds like a plan.
Works for me.
All right. Welcome back, viewers. We are back, and I hope that everyone has done what they need to do with drinks and their bodies and stuff. Ooh. Anyways, we've made a little bit of an adjustment to the layout. We've put a list on the right side showing current projects. And going to continue. Knight, you had the last move. Archaeo, you have a card to read, I believe.
Yes.
I believe it's my job to read the card. Thank you.
My sincerest apologies.
So, so we had poor tasks taken away from us with ominous circumstances, and now we have the two of diamonds saying someone new arrives. Who? Why are they in distress? Or someone leaves the community. Who? What are they looking for?
Someone new arrives, and they are in distress because they have escaped from the pit growing peoples.
What is their name?
Yes.
Their name is Yes. YESS. It seems to be a pattern that people's names end with two S's now.
Mm-hmm.
Naming schemes, we're establishing them.
Right?
If you want an actual name, I have them. I have a whole list, male and female.
Oh, I have no doubt that you do.
I keep lists like that around for NPC generation.
So, the card has been read, and dies go down by one.
Mm-hmm.
The the floaty diggy hole has been moved over and has started work. And I'm gonna say it has opened up a spot. I'll go with the normal pen. It has opened up a spot right there, and I'm going to. There we go. That and. Oop, that's not good. There we go. We have a way down into the caves. Archaeo, what would you like to do for your action?
Well, let's have a discussion.
Ooh, what should we have our discussion be?
We have a new person. Where's the old new person? The discussion is, where is the other outsider? We now have concerns because we know that there's people getting thrown into a pit. We have a individual who has dealt with that. The explorer has gone missing. Convenient he shows up right when we have our floaty dust.
Is that going to be a declaration?
More of an inquiry.
Okay. So you're asking a question. That means you get the last input. I'm going to go ahead and say that You know, you bring up a good point that we have a pit escapee. We have an escapee from the pit that just arrived in town, and Tass was last seen going into a hole in the ground. I wonder if he might not be able to be found at the pit.
Ooh.
Knight, what do you think?
Well, being that the girl had accompanied him down initially when they went, I think we should question her about it. And potentially maybe send another scouting team over to the pit.
Archaeo, you get the final word on this discussion.
I think we should concentrate on seeing if we can't find what's his name down in the floaty dust mine.
Okay.
Mostly because we have no knowledge on whether or not there's a connection between our mine and the pit, other than somebody went down in our mine and didn't come back, and we have an individual who escaped being thrown into the pit.
Okay.
Double the guards, but go down in our mine and see if we can't relocate our outsider.
All right. Nerdy, I need a card.
That you do. And you have the interesting one.
Oh,
You've pulled
good.
the king. The King of Diamonds says, "Summer is fleeting. Discard the top 2 cards off the top of the deck and take 2 actions this week."
Interesting. Okay. So 2 days of summer have been lost to us. For my first action, oh wait, no. Die is counting down. For my first action, I think I'd like to hold a follow-up discussion. I'm going to make a declaration. We cast suspicion on the pit escapee, and we talked about where paths may have gone, but we have neglected an element that has come into our midst. What about these strange outsiders with the odd powers?
Yeah, what do we do with them? We came across them. We didn't actually do anything other than, hey, there's new people. Which direction do they come from? Did we ever establish that?
We did. And we didn't discover them. They arrived.
So did we let them up the stairs?
Knight, you get to put your final say in.
I think we need to sit down and have a discussion with the newcomers. Maybe some of their abilities might help us find Cass if he's down below. And then we can proceed from there.
Okay. So that is the discussion done and my first action finished. For the second action, I think I'm going to start a project, and it's going to be in relation to that discussion we just had. We are going to have in our area over here a sort of round table with these strange outsiders under guard, discussing what their abilities are and what kind of trade we can set up to maybe have them assist us with some problems. Now, we're going to set this up as being a 1 week. Night. Get a card.
Night has the 3 of diamonds. Summer is a time for production and tending to the earth. Start a project related to food production. Or, summer is a time for conquest and the gathering of might. Start a project related to military readiness and conquest.
Alrighty. Well, since I've already been going the patrol route, we are going to insert some specific tactics with some of the guards on how to best protect those key areas for a gathering of might, both at the tower and at the entrance to the magical cave, the one in the face of the plateau.
Okay. Does this need to be represented on the map in any way?
I don't think so in this case.
Okay.
At least not yet.
Can you repeat that for me so I can put it down in the notes?
Basically specific training for the guard posts in defending those key points.
Okay, good. Now, project dice reduced by 1. I'm gonna say let's do yours first with the guard posts.
All right, so that is we've developed a roster of people that we cycle through both at the tower and at the entrance, as well as patrols in between them. Always at least in pairs. Patrols perhaps in 4s. And people cycle through so as not to get burnt out.
All right. And
As far as the specific tactics go for guarding those areas, perhaps barricades at the top of the stairs, to kind of funnel and hide behind, and barricades outward facing from the cave entrance, basically on the plateau face.
okay. And then on my end, we have finished our discussion with the outsiders, discussing them and what they can do for us and what we can do for them. And first and foremost, we needed to discuss what their abilities actually are. And I'm going to say they have we have, at least they have told us, they could be lying, that they have a strange affinity for beasts and communicating with them and bending them to their will. And as far as what we have that they would like, surprise, surprise, our magic floaty dust.
How do they know about our magic floaty dust prior to getting here?
A certain young girl was out flying in the sky.
Have we learned this?
We have now.
Interesting.
Knight, I believe you have an action.
Let's see. With our newcomers, we are going to see if any of our people possess similar abilities and to get them to train us if they wish access to our a small portion of our floaty dust.
Okay.
But the stipulation with that would be they need to tell us where they came from.
Okay. Is this a project then?
Yes.
All right. It's just a discussion, so we'll call it 1 week.
Looked at me.
10. Yep. All right. Archaeo, I believe you need a card.
I do.
That he does, and I'm so sorry. A project fails. Which one? Why?
There's only one.
Or something goes foul and supplies are ruined. Add a new scarcity.
Doesn't have to be a scarcity we already have. It could be a new resource that we just didn't talk about before.
Thing goes. What was the second one? Thing goes awry.
Something goes foul and supplies are ruined to add a new scarcity.
Very good.
I have the list up next to me.
I don't know. Add a new scarcity. You know, I think we should start seeing a timber blight around the mine.
Okay. Would you like to show that in some way? All right. While you're doing that,
Did I close my window? What the hell?
I don't know. It says you're not in here anymore.
I closed my window. Shoot.
All right. Well, while you're doing that, the project die reduced by 1. We will move timber into scarcity. Oh, I I see where this is going. You're nasty. I like it.
Are you saying that to me?
Mm-hmm. I see why. I just realized where you had said that.
That what?
You said it was happening around the mine.
Oh, yes.
Trade negotiations have finished. Knight, I believe that was you.
Okay. Well, they are willing to train, and they do want access to our dust. They require enough of basically a pouch per person in their delegation. I'm going to say there was like 3 of them. And then they will help identify and train individuals within. And they tell us they came from the south.
Can you reiterate that for me for the what the trade is?
So they require a pouch of our resource per person. They're willing to identify and train individuals, and they told us that they came from the south.
All right.
Which lines up because the people that came in contact with them were, when they were inspecting stuff and things like that, they were, the direction they were heading makes sense to how they encountered them.
All right.
Okay.
Then, what is the action that you would like to perform? I believe this is Archaeo's turn.
Yes. I would like to launch an investigation into the flying girl. Because it's just been revealed that our go dust has been used by Granny Wendy, apparently.
Granny Giggle Splinter says, "Oh, none of you know who that is. Never mind.
Yes.
Wrong campaign group."
I don't think it'll take any longer than a week.
Oh, it shouldn't, assuming we can catch her.
Well, she doesn't know that we know yet.
That's true.
Launching the investigation is like I feel like, you know, we show up and take her into custody and then take her co-conspirators into custody.
So, go ahead and. Oh, do you need me to make the little die?
Yeah, you need to make the dice. I don't think we need to.
There you go.
1. By the Longhouse of Courtness.
Investigate Wendy, the Flying Dust Thief. I'm going to add her name onto the board because I think that we've established that her name is now Wendy.
Granny Wendy.
Nerdy.
Yes.
I need a card.
I must say, you had to know that Wendy was an outsider because her name doesn't end in SS.
Oh
All of the outsiders were SS, though.
no!
Whoa!
Well,
Cass was an outsider.
But
yeah,
we're not in
and
Poland.
yes.
was an outsider.
Oh.
So it's
Poland doesn't
exactly the
exist
opposite.
anymore. We're not in Poland.
Okay, but what is my card though?
7 of diamonds. Introduce a mystery at the edge of the map, or an unintended situation becomes problematic and scary. What is it, and how does it go awry?
An unattended situation. Ooh.
Unexpected, I thought. Yeah, or unintended situation.
No, I'm reading it. It says unattended.
I
Unattended?
apologize if I misspoke. Unattended.
Yes. So a situation that we knew about and didn't do anything about. I'm gonna say the farmland. The abandoned farmland has become a problem because the fundamentalists have taken it over.
Oh.
And it looks like they're gearing up to push further.
Uh-oh.
Project die reduced by 1. Only one person had a project up. How did the investigation into Wendy go?
Got her to confess. Now we must make an example of.
What did she confess to?
Leading a cabal of miners to thieve and keep the glowy dust to themselves because it got them high.
Are we officially naming the resource Pixie Dust?
Why not?
Sure.
Tinny
Pulling
has
a
our
name from
bad
lore.
guys named the Dickheads of Peen Island.
All right. And for my action, I think it's time. The guards and anyone who has any know-how is going to work on weaponizing the pixie dust. We have a outside threat actively working its way here. We need to know how we can use this stuff to stop them. I'm going to say 2 weeks. Yes?
Yeah, as well. We never did find.
We never found Tass.
Did we ever actually send somebody to look for him?
Nope. All we did was talk about it.
Well, there we go.
Which is, you know what? Tracks for small communities. A lot of talking, not a lot of doing. Knight, you have a card.
What does that card say?
The Ace of Diamonds says a contingent within the community demand to be heard. Who are they? What are they asking for? Or a contingent within the community have acted on their frustrations. What have they damaged and why did they damage it? Is it permanent?
So there's a contingent in the community after hearing that the dickheads of Peen Island are encroaching on our settlement, as well as the missing individuals, and Wendy and her cohort, they go and they damage the entrance into the floaty dust mine. It is repairable. They weren't very good at it. They kind of caved in the end. They didn't have really the resources to do any super significant damage to it. But that contingent was was kind of tackled upon after they came back out, and they were kind of covered in dust and all the commotion from there. Now we're left on what to do with them.
Right. I've already caved in the entrance for you.
Perfect.
Project dice reduced by 1. And what would you like to do with your action?
My action is going to be related to that event. We are going to have cages for those that do ill against our community, and we are going to imbue them with the floaty dust that we have, so they cannot escape very easily. So they'll be kind of tethered to trees, etc. We'll have floating jails, essentially.
Oh, that gives an entirely different meaning to the hanging forest.
Uh-huh.
Floaty gibbet cages, huh?
Yep. Rope
Alright.
ladders hanging down to gain access, and tethers, we can pull them down to load people up or let them out as they, basically serve their punishments, etc.
Okay.
And
Wow.
due to the cave-in, I'm going to say that's going to take about 4 weeks to accomplish because of the cave-in and getting, and as well as the lumber issue.
Where is this being built?
We're gonna put it a little ways. We're gonna put it closer to the bog area.
Oh, wow. Okay, this settlement is starting to get really scary.
You go and damage the community. You go to the bog.
We've
We've
got a
The
city.
floating bog prisons.
We've got a city full of people that are have magic floaty dust and are being trained how to commune with animals. And if you commit crimes against them, they tie you to a tree and make you float into the sky. That's Evil intensifies. Exactly, Tinny. Archaeo,
Yes.
would you like a card?
Sure, why not?
You can have one. The 10 of diamonds says you discover a cache of supplies or resources. Add a new abundance. Or a scarcity has gone unaddressed for too long. Start a project that will alleviate that scarcity.
I think we're going to find a cache of resource. And that resource is going to be old world raw material. I'm feeling like iron. Melted and ready to go.
So
You can
like
get some
bars of
ingots of
iron
it.
and stuff like that.
Yep.
Nice. Man, Norse and No Panic Button are gonna have a field day.
The project dice reduced by 1. What was this project?
That was the
Oh, the weaponizing of the dust.
yeah. I'm going to say our resource is going to be found
Well,
over here.
okay. You want to draw that in? And then you can make like a stack of bars or something. Stack of gray bars. So weaponizing this dust, we have discovered in the efforts of building these gibbet cages, we have discovered that while the effects of the dust may be semi-permanent and long-lasting, they can be neutralized. using something readily apparent. It was discovered on a rainy day. If you put water on the dust, it loses its properties. This.
Oh, see, I just.
Hold on. You're building them around the bog. We'll say that we'll come up with some answers for that. You can encase.
Oh.
You can have materials that are encased in the iron we just found, so that they can't get wet. But with the water neutralizing the effects of this dust, it means that we could, for example, take boulders, throw dust on them, float them out over top of an enemy, and then make sure that they get wet and fall down on top of people.
Water balloons.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Or even, it doesn't even have to be water balloons. If we get smart
Those
about
shape chambers. Those shape changers fly over them and pee on them.
we could do that. But also, one thing that we could do with it, use some little engineering knowledge, and use wicking materials like a fuse.
Yeah.
So, let's see, dust. So, that is the end of my project die. Who, I believe we have an action that needs to be performed.
Yeah. Well, I guess my project is going to be to start utilizing this new resource.
Okay, what are you utilizing it for?
Well, we have some threats happening here in many directions.
Mm-hmm.
So I think we need to use it to bolster both offensive and defensive means.
So you think we should start up an ironworks?
Yep.
All
Well,
right.
and also, tool creation and stuff, because we're going to have to start noticing the blight around. We're going to have to start whacking down more trees and utilizing that timber for at least firewood.
Fair enough. Still falls under starting up an ironworks.
Yep.
All right. Let me go ahead and give you the die. Add up. How long do you think that'll take?
That was not what I wanted to do. I'm gonna say, 3 weeks, because we've already been doing some stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So I think
I
it's
like that
easier
as a
to
tool.
get the process going.
All right. I need a card, Miss Nerdy.
Can you say please?
Pretty please, with cherries on
Please,
top.
mommy. Please, mommy, can I have a card?
Oh, there's only one person I'm allowed to
Don't
call
go
on,
there.
Not her.
Well, as a matter of fact, summer wanes and autumn emerges, and you draw the Seven of Clubs. A project just isn't working out as expected. Radically change the nature of this project. Don't modify the project die. When it resolves, you'll be responsible for telling the community how it went. Or something goes foul and supplies are ruined. Add a new scarcity.
So I either radically change one of the two projects we have on the board or add a scarcity to the map.
That's correct.
Don't love that. I'm going to say something goes foul and supplies are ruined. I'm going to add a new scarcity. Fresh water.
Uh-oh.
The tree, the lumber rot that has been spreading has seeped into the groundwater.
Ooh.
Our wells are now tainted. The only way for us to get water is to travel down into the lake or collect it from the rain.
Ah.
Project die reduced by 1. And I'm going to start a project that probably needed to be done a while ago. I want to take a week to investigate this lumber rot and now the rot leaching into the groundwater and discover is there anything we can do about it, and is it magical in nature?
Ooh.
And with that, that is my turn. Knight, take a card.
That was a quick turn. Your card is the 6 of clubs. Introduce a dark mystery among the members of the community. Or conflict flares up among community members, and as a result, a project fails.
What was the first one again? Mystery?
A dark mystery among the members of the community.
It'll be a dark mystery, and their small creatures have been being found dead amongst the blight. But their trail leads back to the caved-in mine entrance. There are rumors of things seen moving in the night in that area, and it's got everybody kind of freaked out, especially those working on the project over by the floating gibbets, because they have to kind of travel that way.
With that said, the project dice reduced by 1. The gibbet cages are 1 week away, and so are the ironworks. And the wood rot and groundwater contamination has been investigated. And we've discovered that while the timber and the water cannot be used for construction or drank normally, it is magical in nature, and it does carry some interesting properties with it. The water, while it will make you very sick, now can be used for some alchemical concoctions. None of use have been found, but it does seem like mixing them with other things produces some interesting results. And the timber, on the other hand, does some odd things when burnt.
Ooh.
Particularly, it appears to produce different effects. They are not consistent from one tree to the next.
Cool.
Useless for construction, but useful for other purposes, maybe.
So project-wise, I'm gonna say we are going to start harvesting some of said trees, and to keep insofar as to keep them isolated from the good construction type trees. So wherever they're found, we will take portions, we'll test them, and we'll group them by type, effect type, since they are inconsistent, and then also make sure we're protecting our good lumber or growing trees. In conjunction with that, perhaps look at replanting saplings and stuff like that, depending on how bad the blighted areas are. And I'm going to put that at 6 weeks because it's a lot of effort.
It's a lot of work.
Especially with the sorting and the replanting after things have been cleared and things like that. But we're not going to completely get rid of these magical property trees.
No.
We're just kind of creating a barrier. Can you make a die?
Oh, yes, I can. Archaeo.
Yes. I need a card.
Yeah, Nerdy has a present for you in the form of a card.
Oh, yeah.
Present or curse, that is your choice. You pulled the king. A natural disaster strikes the area. Choose one. You focus on getting everyone to safety. Remove an abundance and a project fails. Or you focus on protecting your supplies and hard work at any cost. Several people die as a result.
Second one. Sacrifice some folk.
All
The
right.
greater good.
What was the natural disaster?
Question. Earthquake. I want to shear a chunk of the plateau away.
Ooh.
Okay. All right.
Uh,
Let's see. What section of the plateau would you like to shear away? Go ahead and draw a line, and I'll.
Thinking over here. This section here.
Oop, that's not what I wanted. All right.
But yes, protect the resources, and some people end up squished.
All right. And you know what? Just make that even better. Do.
Landslide.
That's a lot of difficult terrain.
So, projects resolve. Ironworks first. How does that go?
Well, it goes very well. We now have an abundance of things being produced on a regular schedule from our ironworks. Things of pointiness, things of bashing, things of...
An abundance of steel tools.
Yep.
All right. And the gibbet cages have completed.
Yay!
How that goes.
We end up with about, I would say 4 of these cages. Big enough to hold 2 people each. Not extremely comfortable, but they're there. With the challenges, they had to create bases where they embedded the dust in the bases to protect it from water. Otherwise, every time it rains, they would drop. And we don't want to kill the prisoners. We want to keep them isolated from the general public. Maybe the killing aspect happens after wartime for the war criminals. Yeah, over by the bog, nice wafts from the bog, and yeah, keeps. Right now, they transported those that collapsed the cave entrance as part of that, and clearing that cave entrance to get access to the dust for the cages was a big help to completing
the
that.
entrance?
That was part of the. We had to be able to get enough to float actual cages.
All right, so that was now part of the project. Go ahead and delete that folder.
You.
All right. So, with that said, we've reduced project dice by 1. We've done that. Action.
Yeah. Well, considering the fact that there has been news that our Fundy friends from the north are approaching south, we just had a natural disaster, and we now have several members of the community who no longer can serve the community. But times are hard. So I want to take some of the technology, some of the science of the floaty gibbet cages, and I want to take the dead relatives and float them out to the game trail north of the prospective farmlands and have them putrefying and dead tied to dead trees as a warning.
Is this a project?
Huh.
Okay. We have weaponized our dead now.
Yes, we have. And at some point, we'll build a catapult to huck them into the camp and spread disease. But right now, it's the equivalent of putting a head on a pike. But we have a bunch of fundamentalist crazy folk throwing people in a pit. They don't have any idea about the floaty rock yet. This is going to be some seriously trippy, bad omen looking stuff to come across floating dead bodies.
I'm just waiting
blatantly as a warning.
I'm just waiting for the next rain to come down and just bodies start falling out of the sky.
Well, we're taking some of the covered dust technology.
Yeah.
To hold them up. But yeah.
Oh no.
Floaty dead folk.
Oh, good lord.
No longer useful, still useful.
Do the bodies stay floaty as bits fall off of them?
Yes.
That's terrifying.
I'm fully of the idea that we make a little platform and the body is strapped to some sticks to make them like dance positions or flipping them the bird or whatever.
This has taken an extremely dark turn, and I am here for it.
Oh, it's not nearly as dark as the fact that I was going to say the prisoners from the investigation of the theft of the floaty dust were going to have pretty much the same treatment, except for the fact the giant rock we tied to their feet wouldn't have floaty dust on it. So they'd get a bit of a stretch.
Oh, good lord. I love you.
It has nothing to do with
awesome.
this world.
Please don't tie me to a rock. Moving on, nerdy, I need a card.
I am uncomfortable with the energy we've created in the studio today. Okay. The 9 of clubs. The community works constantly, and as a result, a project finishes early. Or a group goes out to explore the map more thoroughly and finds something that had previously been overlooked.
I know what the interesting answer is going to be. And I think I have to do it. The community works constantly, and as a result, a project finishes early. They really want to get rid of these dead bodies, and for some reason, the village elders aren't letting us make any burial plots, so those dead bodies are being floated out ASAP.
Yep. There's only like 4 or 5, right?
And no one said how many people were on the cliffside. And how many died from the
No, I think there
while
was. I
standing
think
on the
in
plateau, and how many died from the guards that were patrolling underneath it.
Fair enough.
I think it was only a few, they said, so
Yeah, I think
don't
in
know.
the card it specifically said several, or
It did say
3
several.
or something.
Say several. So we've got 3 or 4. We've got 4 bodies tied to platforms and log rafts that are floating in the air, floating out above the farmland and attracting carrion birds to the region, and just generally being a nuisance.
And I think I want to add one more thing. We've attached some reed whistles to them.
Oh,
When the wind
absolutely.
blows,
They are
they make a noise.
spooky. They are the spookiest thing. The fundamentalists are like, they're taking bows and arrows, firing into the air, and it's doing nothing. They're just turning these things into porcupines.
And every time they hit an arm, they spin the body around, and that makes more air flow over the whistle, and the whistle makes more noise.
We have successfully demoralized the fundamentalists with this. They now think that the plateau is haunted.
Good. Still some kook
best
gets in
go
his
jump
head
into
that
the
they
pit
need to defeat
themselves.
the haunted in name of their god.
Oh yeah. They're used to dead bodies being thrown in a hole, not flying into the sky.
I've never said anything about them being dead when they go in the hole.
No, well, they're dead when they hit the bottom.
Yeah.
They bounce once or twice first.
So, I agree, Witch Lady. Project die reduces by 1. Closer. I think I'm going to,
edge.
and I'm about to break. I think I'm going to start a project. And this project is going to be, we have been neglecting something for quite a while.
I've been neglecting a hell of a lot of things, to be perfectly
We
honest.
need to explore these game trails. Yes, we have. There's been a lot going on. We need to explore these game trails and see if we can find any usable meat.
I hear there's some prosciutto making in the other side of the woods.
I'm gonna say 2 weeks. I'm gonna say 3 weeks. They can go out. They can go out as far as they went to get to the pit, and come back and tell us what was found. Doesn't have to be in the direction of the pit, but same distance. Now we have floaty platform technology. That'll be
Hoverboards.
Yeah, we got hoverboards! Oh, good lord, we have hoverboards. Knight, would you like a card?
Yeah, sure.
This is getting interesting. Well, I'm sorry to say, but 8 of Clubs says that someone sabotages a project, and the project fails as a result. Who did this and why? Or someone is caught trying to sabotage the efforts of the community. How does the community respond?
So,
Do we find Tess?
so they somebody is caught going back down into the magic dust mines. We've been using it a lot, and it was one of the folks that came out of the cages. They're really stubborn, and they went down to try to get rid of the resource and toss it down into pits and stuff like that, but they were caught. They were also investigating where they were tossing it. They found Tess. Tess, basically, he wasn't dead, but he's pretty darn close. And his exploring days might be done. Limbs were damaged to a point where he's not able to get around like he used to.
He's been in a hole for like 6 weeks.
Well, he's kind of healed and mangled. He's been, because he was an explorer.
His own fingers.
He's found stuff like underdark fungi and stuff like that to
burgers.
Eat. Yep.
Yeah, them burgers.
So, Tess has returned. The plus side is, Tess has a wealth of information from his adventures, and he isn't going to be leaving anytime soon.
Cool. What do we do with the person who is continuing to break the rules?
He's going to be the next demoralizing human scarecrow.
Do we deadify him first?
Why would we do that?
Good call.
His screams can be added to the reeds.
I strongly suggest, though, that we do something about his tongue, so he can't communicate that it's all a trick.
He is sufficiently disabled during his punishment.
I would go a step farther and say to put a timed wick on him so that he drops out of the sky after a while.
Ooh, I like it.
But then we won't have a fresh body to drop pieces.
We'll have a fresh body to dive bomb. We'll send him directly to
That's
Peen Island.
assuming he's standing
Push
there.
him over.
Create little sails so he gets carried over to the fundamentalist village.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Good lord, we are awful people.
Hey. As far as I'm concerned, he is responsible for Tessa's original disappearance.
I think this village is BBEG.
Could be.
Certainly sounding like it. I think we need I've reduced the die and we have an action. Who's
Yes. The action did the demoralization send the fundamentalists away from the farmland?
no?
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
No, we discussed how it freaked him out. They run away. They're demoralized.
Okay.
They shot them full of arrows, and the arrows don't do anything.
We are going to fortify the farmlands.
Okay.
And some of our resources can come from all of the rubble from the earthquake.
Ooh.
How long do you think this should take?
I'm gonna say a good 4 weeks, a good month to
All right.
really build that stuff up and transport and all that stuff. Even assisted by our floaty dust, we can make floaty skiffs and load stuff up and float it on over with us and things like that. And the
That's cool.
transport is very easy.
So, fantastic. Hey, Archaeo. You've got a card.
I do.
That you do. I am here. Sorry.
You're good.
This neighborhood is turning into that one where you roll up your windows and lock your doors as you pass by. 2 of clubs. Well, we already kind of answered this, ironically, but let's see what you got. Someone returns to the community. Who? Where were they? Or you find a body. Do people recognize who it is?
We did
What
both of
happened?
those things.
You find the body of one of the co-conspirators that seems to be completely untouched, except it has no eyes and no tongue.
All right. Project dice reduced by 1. And what is the action you'll take, Archaeo?
I think we're going to discover something.
What are we going to discover?
We are going to discover
Here.
that, actually, no, we're going to discover has to be a resource, right? Or
No, it has to be a situation to be resolved.
fantastic. We're going to discover that some of our gibbet cages next to the bog are empty.
Ooh.
And the tracks that lead from the bog are far too big to be from your average stork.
Didn't we have a shadowy figure moving around the bog earlier?
We had figures going to and from, like getting through the cave area before it was cleared.
But the bog is scary and makes noises anyway.
Yep.
But we're gonna find that the gibbet cages are like empty. They're not unlocked, so whoever was in them got pulled out through the openings. And there's tracks that go back and forth into the bog, but they're like not identifiable. They look like drag marks, and everything's all torn up. No distinct foot marks.
Okay. I believe I need a card.
That you do. You have the 4 of clubs. The strongest among you dies. What caused the death? Or,
Sorry, guys. I thought it'd be around. Oh, wait.
or the weakest among you dies. Who's to blame for their death?
Ooh. I'm going to say the strongest among us dies. And they went out into the bog to figure out what this creature was, or creatures was, and we don't know exactly what the answer was, but they came back very injured and succumbed to their injuries before they were able to tell us anything. A lot of bite marks. A couple missing limbs.
Lampreys.
Oh, I like lampreys. I like that as an answer.
That sucks.
It does. Project dice reduced by 1. The explorers looking for game on the trail have returned, and they have told us that game trails, instead of moving up between the mountains or east between the mountains, they actually seem to lead into the chain of mountains themselves, which is why it's been so hard to find game, is because the game trails just kind of end as they get into the rockier terrain. That said, what has been making these game trails has become apparent. What was that we were talking about? Spider tars?
Spider bears?
Spider bears. We got spider bears, boys.
Spider bison? Take your pick.
We got spider bears and spider bison.
Oh, joy. Spider pig? Spider pig. Does whatever a spider pig does.
And
No, spider bison are scary. The spider bison and the lamprey moose.
Oh God. We're just
That's the
building
creature that
tank
lives in the
creatures.
bog. Is a lamprey moose.
Tannis, good luck making stat blocks for these. Because we know you're going to have to.
Why did I just feel a disturbance in the force?
Because he's been poking at me to DM one of these games for him.
Oh no! Or he wasn't here for this stream. What if you just run a one shot and just make him run through this area?
That could be a thing.
We got spider bears in the mountains, but he wasn't here for the spider bears
Or the lamprey moose.
or the lamprey moose. I'm glad that he was here for the first half hour, at least. So that was projects reduced. I believe I have to make an action. I'm gonna discover something new. And this is a situation that we have to deal with. I'm gonna need to grab a little fortification wall. Because an old decrepit wall has been, oh, that's not what I want. An old decrepit wall has been found that stretches across the eastern border of this region, blocking off what is beyond it.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm. We have a card for night.
Well, the card for night depends on if we have a project in the works or not.
We have 2.
Yep.
Well, then, a project finishes early. Which one and why?
I'm gonna say the farmland one finished early. Turns out that the fundamentalists had started protecting the farmlands because they were planning on moving on ahead. So we took what they had started and improved upon it.
Okay.
And let's see here.
Sorry about that. I had to take care of something.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you've got that going on. Well, wait. You've ended that early.
Yep.
All right. Project Dice reduce. What was this project?
That was the fortify the farmland.
No, on the plateau.
Plateau, that was isolating the infected trees from the good building lumber, and then kind of categorizing and organizing the infected trees by type.
Okay. How does that turn out?
So we are able to isolate them. We've discovered it is very difficult to visually identify the different types of trees, the effects that they produce. So we end up having to take them and do significant testing on the lumber to sort them. So that is a current challenge, whether by burning or floating or a bunch of empirical tests on them before we can get them into their different piles, let's say. So we have a large kind of lump of unsorted lumber as well as individual stockpiles of each of the types that we find.
All right, cool. Do you want to draw that on the map?
Yeah, I can do that.
All right. Archaeo, you have a card.
Yes.
Oh, wait, no. No. We have an action to do first.
Action. Let's see. What was the black star again?
That is the scarcity. No,
scarcity.
That is the scarcity of magical resources on the surface.
Oh, gotcha.
Which I'm going to go ahead and get rid of because that is no longer the case.
Okay. Let's see. We discover what's been going in and out of the cave and kind of attacking small creatures around there, maybe even coming at small kids. They're kind of ooze-like, but they have general. They're like plasmoids, animalistic plasmoids. Digging up that entrance has kind of created openings into other portions of the cave network down there, and they're able to kind of, I guess, schlorp through the cracks and get out.
Okay, beast plasmoids are coming from the caves. Now, Archaeo, you have a card.
Yes.
I'm sorry, could someone spell Schlorp for me? I'm trying to write that in my
S-
notes.
Okay, SCHLORP. I've had to spell this before.
You spell it with phlegm.
Ew. The next card, thank goodness, is the Five of Clubs. The Parish arrives. Who are they? Why have they chosen your community? And for what? Or a small gang of marauders is making its way through local terrain. How many are there? What weapons do they carry?
The parish. Is it perish as in we are all going to perish without food?
No, the
Or
parish
is it-
is in the church.
Capital Parish.
I see. Which direction are they coming from?
You get to decide.
Well, I think the parish should approach. Yes, yes. And they're going to approach from the north, which means they are going to come across our floaty dead folk. And it should spook them. Spook them so much that they're going to deviate from their course and they're going to go to the northeast and run afoul of the fundamentalists, because religious people never have issues with other religious people. Ever.
Okay. And there are no project die. And what is your action?
My action is to deploy a rearguard action, a rearguard force, to make sure that the parish do not turn around.
All right.
They're going to set up a small garrison
Is this
near
a
the
project?
floaty bodies in the trees. Probably, well, I guess it doesn't have to be a project.
Oh.
Yeah, no, they're just gonna do.
Well, it does, because your three options are hold a discussion, discover something new, or start a project. Deploying a forward garrison would be starting a project.
Yes, it would, wouldn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Well, that would be smart. Except I think I want, because it's going to be hilarious, one of the small children discovers and befriends, because it gave it an apple or something, a tick moose or a lamprey moose that will not go home.
Oh no.
We may have just domesticated our first beast. It likes apples. Its name is Bob.
Bob the lamprey moose has been domesticated.
Yes.
Oh boy. I believe I need a card.
Your card is the Three of Clubs. Someone leaves the community after issuing a dire warning. Who and what is the warning? Or someone issues a dire warning and the community leaps into action to avoid disaster. What is the warning? Start a contentious project that relates to it.
Ooh. Someone has issued a dire warning regarding the lamprey moose. They saw
No.
it. Yeah. It's a
Bob didn't
contentious
do nothing.
project.
Bob didn't do anything though.
You know what? Someone has issued the warning that they know that the fog cages have been having bodies go missing, and they are convinced that Bob is going to drag a child off in the middle of the night. However, I'm going to go with option one, and they leave after issuing this. That was the warning, and the person who left is going to be the parent of Wendy.
the single father of Wendy, who for some reason is still part of the village after everything that happened.
We never did anything to Wendy, though.
Fair
We just
point.
found out she was stealing stuff.
Yeah. So, but he
That was
leaves.
before the gibbet cages were made.
Yeah. She's
Yeah, and the gibbet cages were made to address the people who tried to sabotage the resource, not steal the resource.
he leaves anyways. Wendy's dad is left. I don't have any project die to reduce. I'm gonna start a project. We need to domesticate more lamprey moose. The 3-week-long project to domesticate lamprey moose as beasts of burden and war beasts. They shall be glorious mounts into battle. I dearly need to see an image of a lamprey moose. Chat. That is going to be my action. Knight, would you like a card?
Indeedy.
You might regret that.
Ha!
Never.
Well, the Queen of Clubs says that disease spreads through the community. Choose one. You spend the week quarantining and treating the disease. Project dice are not reduced this week. Or, nobody knows what to do about it. Add health and fertility as a scarcity.
We are going to quarantine for a week.
All right.
No reduction of project dice. But
we keep our health and fertility.
yes. Additionally, project coming up. I'm going to say we are going to create walls to guide some of the migrating animals into areas where they can be held or captured, whether we domesticate them further
You want to make animal?
or
All right.
So yeah, we're gonna create walls using the stone resources and wood resources that we have to guide the spider bison into pens for the purposes of easier harvest and or domestication in the future.
All right. I've made your project die. Go ahead and place it. Archaeo, would you like a card?
Yes, I would.
Well, your health and fertility are in abundance, gentlemen. 10 of clubs. Harvest is here and plentiful. Add an abundance. Or cold autumn winds drive out your enemies. Remove a threatening force from the map and the area.
Do we have a threatening force on the map currently?
Technically, the village is still a threatening force. There's just a way.
We have the fundamentalists.
Would the creatures you're trying to tame count as a threatening force?
They could.
They could, but by that math, so are just regular horses.
And technically, we are a threat.
Well, yeah, let's get rid of the
We can
The
add an
village of the-
abundance.
crazy. Well, actually, let's have an abundance of stuff come from our new farmland.
All right. Food is now in abundance.
We've been growing ravioli vines.
Oh, I love ravioli vines. Almost as almost
I
as
almost
much as
said
I love
ravioli eels, which was like, wait a second.
Oh, um, Cap
Isn't that
says,
like a hot pocket?
Cap says that the disease we have is lamprey moose flu. So the die have been reduced. Action.
I think we should have a small expedition sent to the south. They will travel south for 4 weeks.
All right. I'm gonna say, I believe after this we are now into winter.
Okay, they're headed south.
Yeah. Well,
You have
Yeah,
one
but we're-
last autumn card.
We're headed south, but we're in the south part of the map. Let's get a card. Whose turn is it? Mine?
I believe so.
All right. And I have a card, please, nerdy.
Well, the last autumn card is the ace. The
The
community becomes obsessed with a single project. Which one and why? Choose. They decide to take more time to ensure that it is perfect. Add 3 weeks to the project die. Or they drop everything else to work on it. All other projects fail.
they really want to get these lamprey moose tamed, really
Oh, yeah.
badly.
Why wouldn't you?
Because they
They're
know that
like
these
cuddly
things,
and slimy and stuff.
They know that these things can and will eat living people, so they need to make sure they get this right.
We established that it
mean-
was the lamprey moose eating the people in the bog, though.
we don't know if they ate them, but we know that they were taking the people out of the cages.
But they don't have hands.
Who said they used their hands?
Fair enough.
All right. Reducing all the project dies by 1.
What is it, little boy?
That sounded creepy.
Come
Is that the
Action.
sound of a lamprey moose?
It's
Yes.
just the sound of an ant.
The
Yeah.
devilish
Aw.
lamprey moose. Behold, the larval form of lamprey moose.
I'm gonna start a project. We have beast plasmoids coming out of the caves. We need to keep some armed guards outside to make sure that they don't harm anything.
My little puppy.
I'm gonna say 2 weeks to train people up. And with that, Knight, would you like to take the first card of winter?
I suppose so.
This is the season that could go a lot shorter.
Sorry, distracted by the squeaky. 7 of spades.
Oh, it looks like lamb chop.
Yes. What is winter like in this area? How do community members react to the weather?
Just there's no oars. Weird.
Nope.
Alrighty. So, they start using a lot more plant fibers to create bundled garments. It is chilly. We're close to the water and higher up, so it gets brisk really quick. And only on the sunniest of days is it really tolerable in winter. The rest of the time you're bundled up pretty heavily, and you're not wanting to be outside a whole bunch. Fire pits and burn barrels at the various guard posts are always ensured to be well stocked with firewood. In fact, maybe one of the types of wood that was found burns for an inordinate burns for a lot longer. Like a lot longer. You could use a log typically to burn overnight with normal wood. This wood will last for a full day, maybe day and a half, depending on how big the piece of wood is. So those burn areas are vital to this area, especially for all the patrols and whatnot.
All right. Project dice reduced by 1. What is your action?
Let's see. A discussion. Pending the results of the exploring party that went south towards the wall area, do we want to send an ambassador or an entourage like that of sorts to more or exploratory group, depending on what they find at the wall? Perhaps whoever's at the wall has resources or information that might be useful. What do we think about that?
I'm okay with that. They've not shown to be aggressive, the people who built the wall.
And the shape changers came from that direction.
Are they shape changers?
You said they could change into beastie things.
No, I said they could commune with beasts.
I thought you said
And
change
they
into
can control
beasts.
them. No, they can commune with and control them.
Gotcha. Well, they came from that area.
Yeah. All right.
We're almost done, buddy.
Yeah, I'm okay with that. That sounds good. All right. So, hey, Archaeo.
Yes.
Time for a card.
Give me card.
So about that,
Is it the king?
he pulled the king.
Frost shepherds arrive. The game is over. We do not know what happens when they reach the wall. We do not know if if the lamprey moose have successfully been tamed. None of the projects that we have going are going to complete during the course of this game. How do you guys feel about this map?
It's pretty good.
I think there's sufficient conflict and potential other quest hooks on the map. Further down in the mines, further down in the quarry, the smoking quarry.
Mm-hmm.
Potential conflict between the parish and the fundamentalists, and whatever's going on at the wall.
At the wall.
The wall.
Akatan, there's a wall, buddy. I know.
Can honestly say I have never played this game past a few weeks of spring. I am in love with the way this turned out.
Good.
I think I have a lot of work to do because I stopped taking notes about partway through. Sorry, Cap.
That's okay. We can, or Jordan, I think we have the ability to download it, so.
Oh yeah, it just means that we have 4 hours of footage to scrape through for information. But that's okay. I got most of it. Just not the last season and a half.
That is not the angry face emoji, Cap. That is definitely a happy robot.
All right. Well, that said, this was a ton of fun. Thank you all for joining to watch, and thank you, Knight and Archaeo, for joining me to build this, the first corner, the first corner of the world of Ulstorhed. I think there's one final thing we need to do. Something we never addressed throughout the course of this game.
What?
What is the name of this region?
Oh, what do you think, buddy?
That is the cutest damn sound ever.
Danger Flufsen.
Plateau
Whatever it
area
is.
specifically. What about
Flufsen.
the Cheb Flat? CHEB FLAT.
Sure.
Perhaps whoever discovered it was named Cheb. So
If you can type that out and send it to me, I will appreciate that. And with that, I'm going to say this is the end of the stream. I don't know how to close these things out. Oh, yeah, sure.
Yeah, how did that chat? What'd you think?
What did you like and what did you hate? And per some recommendations we had during the intermission, would you guys be interested in us opening up polls or channel rewards to you taking part in the next installment of this, or directly? I do think the next time at promo Mountain of Mystery tomorrow. That's a good point, Cap.
Yep.
While you guys are filling out those questions, I should mention that tomorrow the stream will return with another episode of Mountain of Mystery at the usual time, closer to around when we have ended today. I know that we started in an odd time slot, but given the length of this game, I felt like we kind of had to.
Smart idea.
Eyeofthenyte and Archaeowolf, thank you guys for joining me. Do you have anything going on you want to tell people where they can find you, stuff like that?
Well, you guys can find me at the normal places of TikTok and YouTube and Instagram under the same username. I'm just hammering away on trying to get content sorted out and actually put some merch together, so eyeballs open for that one. I will be playing in the game tomorrow night, and I strongly suggest everybody goes and watches Roll for Cake next Wednesday too when it comes up.
All right. And Knight, what about you? Where can people find you, and what have you got going on?
well, I'm one of the production folks behind Crypts and Cryptids channel, so I'm usually in chat and during either of the games, the Mountain of Mystery or Roll for Cake. I'm available in pretty much any of the discords that are associated with those games. So if you need a hand or have questions, feel free to let me know.
Good. And I have been EvaUnit 3. I can be found on TikTok doing bullshittery and hanging out around Crypts and Cryptids, trying to run some more games, one-shots, and board games that are not D&D every once in a while, and hopefully playing it a bunch as well. I've been starting up some audiobook narration, which may be on YouTube at some point, although that could be within a month or a year. We'll see. It's okay. You go at your own pace, buddy. That's really all I got, and oh yeah,
Nerdy.
disembodied voice of the Lord above.
Who are you, and where can they find you?
No
Thank you,
more.
Jordan. Jeez.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. I was just
Punish
gonna
me
let
for
you
it
dig,
later.
put yourself into a grave and use it against you later. But no,
You
I'm
don't use
nerdy,
grades, you're
and
putting me
you
out above
can
the enemy.
you can find me tomorrow, playing the
Black
Mountain Mystery
cinnamon
game.
roll will kill you.
Fine, a fuckingly. It's been weeks, and I want to get back into it.
All right. Well, guys, for watching. See you tomorrow.
Yeah.